Yes, I can see it now. May I proceed?
Indeed, you may proceed. Let's just quickly indicate who you are. Honorable members, you'll recall that yesterday we went through a protocol with a proviso that we may not be aware if this is the only, if there have been any amendments or any annexures to that protocol. And what happened is that we are now inviting the owners of the protocol. We made a proviso that we cannot own SADC protocols, we cannot speak on their behalf, and we cannot translate them. And we've been fortunate that they've been able to share all the protocols with you in the 3 languages. And this matrix that he's sharing, which then marks the proposal that has been made, will be quite valuable. So indeed, Mr. Moyo Evans, kindly proceed, and we appreciate your presence this morning so that we can speak to issues that are current. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe just to start with, my name is Engineer Edvan Moyo. I'm a program officer responsible for energy at the SADC Secretariat, and I also coordinate infrastructure projects. So just to start with, the protocol on energy is obviously the overarching framework that guides the programs and projects that we undertake at SADC level, member state level, and at a regional level. So the protocol came into existence in 1996, and by then it was signed by 12 state parties or 12 member states of SADC who were part of SADC then. In 2018, we decided to amend the protocol to review, to look at the current situation and the current operations of how we manage the energy program within the region. Because in 1996, when the protocol was being established, we used to have technical units that were being established in various countries, and energy was being coordinated from Angola. Other sectors, like the water sectors, were being coordinated from Mozambique. So to reflect the current situation, the protocol was decided to be amended, and also to add additional member states that joined SADC so that they could accede to the protocol. So that was the main rationale. So certain clauses then had to be amended to reflect that, and also to add new developments within the energy space in terms of technological advancements. So the first thing that I'll really not go into each item and each detailed item, but just highlight on a high level. Maybe the first thing was to look at the definitions within the protocol itself. We had to delete the word director there, because then it was referring to the director of the technical unit, who is overall responsible for the sector. So we had to bring in the executive secretary of SADC as the overall overseer of all SADC programs within the protocol. We had to delete the word Energy Commission so that it reflects that this structure no longer exists. We had to enhance certain definitions that have to do with energy pooling and cooperation within the member states. We can go down. We had to introduce the plans that we use in terms of driving the energy protocol, and one such plan is the Regional Infrastructure Development Master Plan, which has an energy sector plan that guides on all the energy programs and the projects that have to be undertaken, regional projects within SADC. We also had to reflect the overall strategy, which is the Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan, within the protocol, as it guides as one pillar within this plan has to do with infrastructure development. And we had to bring in issues to do with the industrialization strategy based on the SADC industrialization strategy and roadmap, as energy is one of the enablers for industrial development. We can go down. So based on the current situation, obviously also the reporting lines within the energy sector had to be changed. As you know that we report to the ministers responsible for energy, and under the ministers responsible for energy, there are senior officials who are comprised of permanent secretaries in the ministries responsible for energy. And below that, we have what we call the subcommittee structure, which is comprises of the directors within the ministry responsible for energy. And then below that, we could then create what we call working groups or technical units that have energy officers, depending on the subject matter that we are discussing. So all this had to be reflected in the protocol. Maybe we can go down. Of course, I did mention that we had to introduce other clauses to do with new and renewable energy sources in terms of how we develop and manage those resources as well. We had to bring in clauses to do with security of energy supply within the region. We can go down. So in terms of Article 3, the issues to do with how the sector has to be regulated also had to come in. And the area protocol, I think, did highlight the sources of energy that we're going to be looking at. But of course, in terms of trying not to amend the protocol all the time, we had to add the word other sources of energy as time changes. Right now, we're talking of green hydrogen, which if you just detail and highlight everything and you miss it, then it means that the protocol doesn't cover everything. So the aspect of including this term was to include any other innovations that come in future. We had to bring in issues of harmonization in terms of codes and tools. Recently, we did develop what we call the regional grid code, and we expect all member states to harmonize the regional grid code to harmonize their national grid code to the regional grid code, because then it means it creates a seamless operation of the power systems within the Southern African power pool that was created. We can go down. The protocol also brought in the aspects of creating or not really creating, because the earlier protocol had indicate that we needed to have a regional energy regulation association, but then it recognized that we needed to look at enhancing the association, or maybe turning it into an authority so that it can undertake certain operations within the region. So beginning from Article 4, then it brings in the institutional mechanism or the governance structures of this protocol, which I did mention. the SADC Ministers of Energy, the Committee of Senior Officials, then the subcommittees, and then the technical working groups where necessary, if required. And going down, it then covers what their responsibilities are and what the responsibilities of the SADC secretariats are. I'm not so sure, I might need your guidance whether we need to go through those responsibilities line by line, but this has been shared in all languages, Portuguese, French, and English. Maybe we can go down, please. So the other thing that the article did bring is issues to do with information sharing and exchanges within the protocol and amongst member states, and also engagements of stakeholders and how that is going to be achieved. The first article was really talking about non-governmental organization. I think that was a terminology that was used in the 90s then, but currently I think we all are aware that we use the terminology called international cooperative partners. We just brought that into under Article 8 and the issue of working with the private sector to enhance energy development within the region. Then also under Article 9, it talked about promotion of establishment of centers of excellence in the energy supply and utilization throughout the region. And I think critical in terms of addition under Article 11 were issues to do with monitoring and evaluation. I think with the previous article, this aspect was missing, but we needed to include issues on how do we monitor that the energy projects that we are implementing, and also the different programs within the energy space. We also, under Article 12, we had to bring in issues to do with sorry, on my screen, the slides, the document doesn't seem to be moving, so I'm under Article 12 right now, because I'm just giving a general overview. So I'm skipping certain aspects which are just generic. So maybe we can go to Article 12. Because I talked about the stakeholders, I talked about the 11 is the monitoring and evaluation, then Article 12 on the settlement of disputes. I think within the Protocol of Energy of 1996, it did indicate that when there's dispute between two member states, the issue is taken to the SADC tribunal based on the legal guidance and from the guidelines approved by the ministers of justice and attorney generals. We had to revise that settlement of dispute mechanism to follow the guidance, where if member states have a dispute, then it's advocated that they resolve it amicably. If not, it's then referred to the Committee of Ministers of Energy. If not, then that's when it goes to the tribunal. So those were indicated in the amendments. We can go to the next, Article 13. In terms of, sorry, Article 18, in terms of amendments of this protocol now, the current protocol, all the changes have to be written, or any amendments have to be sought through the Office of the Executive Secretaries within 30 days. Obviously, the previous protocol was talking about the director of the technical unit then, so we had just to align it to bring in the role of the Executive Secretary. And critical on Article 20 is that the protocol comes into force and remains into force when at least 2/3 of the state parties sign that protocol. So currently, the amendments of the protocol on energy has been signed by 10 member states who were the initial signatories. Remember, I did indicate that 12 member states had signed the protocol. So only Mauritius and South Africa haven't signed the agreement amending the protocol currently. So because 10 out of 12 have signed, this protocol came into force in August 2025. And of course, the last thing now is to deposit this protocol with the United Nations Organization and the African Union, as outlined in Article 21. And the other changes that then we did was with regards to Annex 1, which talks about proposed issues of engagement among member states, and in general, it was amended to address emerging issues in the energy sector. I think with that, I want to submit here, and then maybe I can take questions if there are questions and clarification on the protocol or areas that we were dealing with within the energy space. I thank you.
No, thank you, Mr. Moyo. We appreciate your presence this morning. Honorable members, just to indicate that this has been a blessing that Mr. Moyo has come through, because yesterday we were speaking of inviting certain structures which, according to him, are no longer there. And you'll recall the issue of the director now is the executive secretary, the Energy Commission, the technical unit, where we thought we'd be able to go and get the data that is required. And now we have the working groups that are attached. There's mention of the tribunal in this particular, but yesterday we discussed that the tribunal is defunct. I don't know whether this is futuristic as we look into its re-establishment going forward, and the whole issue around the depositing of the protocol to the UN. Maybe you'd advise us, what is the status of signatories to the protocol currently? What are the low-hanging fruits where you believe we could be of help as this committee to advance this protocol on energy? And then we'll open up for members to be able to engage and ask more questions. Mr. Moyo, you may come back and clarify those. Just to indicate that we were planning hearings or consultations using the old protocol. So you have kindly clarified. Maybe you can suggest where would the members get information which is up to date, which will not be contested by member states. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I did highlight that the protocol of energy of 1996 had 12 state parties. So we, within this amendment, we had to include all 16 SADC member states. So therefore, the other 4 member states just have to accede to the protocol on energy. Because initially they were not part of the 1996 protocol. So we've been, during our meetings, when we're meeting as a sector, we've been encouraging the other countries, that's DRC, Seychelles, Comoros, to accede to the protocol. We've been obviously also engaging with Mauritius and South Africa, who are the initial signatories of the Protocol of Energy of 1996, to also consider signing. But like I said, because 2/3 of the protocol of the member states have signed the agreement amending the protocol, it means that now this protocol has entered into force. And maybe just to comment on the issue of the tribunal, yes, we did look at it, even when we were amending the protocol, that the tribunal is defunct, but we got legal guidance that we still, even if it's defunct, we could still leave it in the protocol, as there were discussions that maybe the tribunal could be revived. And even if it's not working, it doesn't mean that it is not it's not part of the SADC structures. So that was the legal guidance that we received. So we left it as is in the protocol. And of course, when it comes to now implementation or doing certain aspects, of course, like I said, it's an overall framework. So it means as we are doing certain projects, we could be doing an interconnector between, as an example, South Africa and Botswana. The basis that South Africa has signed and Botswana has signed means that they want to cooperate in the energy sector in that regard. So it helps us to then now go down to the project implementation level to now create intergovernmental memorandum of understanding between Botswana and South Africa to have that interconnected development, which then streams down to also coming up with inter-utility memorandum of understanding for the implementation of that project. So since the protocol advocates for cooperation between member states, it's then the guiding instrument that we use when we bring member states together to drive a project between countries, because we advocate for regional projects, which is projects between two countries. It could be hydropower projects like the Batoka between Zambia and Zimbabwe. So there are certain instruments that then we develop further down at project level that then enhance the implementation of the operationalize the implementation of the protocol, if I can put it that way. I don't know whether I've answered your question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll just quickly, because I'm very much aware that you are rushing to the airport. There were issues of cooperation and projects that were anticipated to take place at the inception stage of the protocol. Members wanted to know, do we have projects in countries which were a result of this cooperation to enhance regional
Maybe just, I had the question to say, do we have projects that have been implemented as a result of this protocol? Maybe to firstly indicate that obviously when the protocol was came into force, there's a number of things that then had to happen. The Southern African Power Pool was already established in 1995. The protocol came into force in 1996. When the protocol came into force, the Southern African Power Pool as a unit within, as a regional organization under the energy sector, went ahead and then created what we call the project implementation unit that then looks at implementing regional projects for regional integration in terms of transmission interconnectors and in terms of generation projects. And this unit was given the mandate now to coordinate the project development. And then they came up with what they call the SAP-PU plan, which highlights all the regional projects, interconnectors, generation projects that have to be developed within the region. Of course, at our level and at SADC level, what we do is resource mobilize in terms of trying to do feasibility studies for these projects. In terms of actual implementation and doing the interconnectors, it's now the member states that need to go and either take loans or push in equity into that project so that that project can be delivered. There's been some progress in some cases, and of course there's been some challenges. I think since the first interconnector that was done after this was in 2007 or 8 around between I think Zambia and Namibia. After that, I think there was this kind of slow progress. Currently, we have the Mozambique-Malawi interconnector under construction. It should come into, it should be commissioned by the end of this year, around November, December. The Zambia-Tanzania has reached financial close. So construction of that project should start within 2026. So there's been some progress. We're seeing some traction currently, if I can put it that way. There's been some generation projects that have been developed, the Kapua Gorge Lower, which sells power on the SAP market and within Zambia itself. There's been the establishment of what we call the electricity market, where member states can share energy amongst themselves. So that energy market was created. The Regional Energy Regulatory Association was created as a result of the protocol in 2002. We have the SADC Center of Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency that was created as a result of the protocol. We have the Kapua Gorge Regional Training Center for Capacity Building in the energy sector that was also created. So there's been some progress and some challenges. The protocol also advocated for creation of or for coordination in the oil and gas subsector. We were meant as SADC Secretariat to also create what we call the Regional Energy, Petroleum and Gas Association, which we haven't created as yet. So it's one of the things that we need to do. But generally, I think I can say we've pretty much done a good job, but although the implementation of the project, like I said, is lacking in terms of actual construction. We do feasibility studies and then they get stuck. Maybe this is due to our financial economic position within the region and among its member states to take the projects to actual construction. So we have a number of projects in the energy sector where feasibility studies have been completed, but actual construction hasn't started. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Yeah, I know you don't have much time, and I'm very much, there was an issue of access of electricity. What are the levels in the region? That was one of the questions and issues of cost were highlighted. If you have any information that you could also share in this regard. The other concern was how do we, because members were noting the fact that they believe in cooperation, they see value within the region, and they would like to ensure that this is strengthened. What recommendations would you have? One, from a fiscus perspective, because members of parliament are the ones who actually look at the appropriation bill. when they pass for financing. You've talked about feasibility studies being done, I've noted it, and implementation lagging. Could you look at the two factors, the financial, yes, at that level, but also the economic? Are the SADC citizens affording, and how many have access to date? Because it goes on to the representation. If you have the numbers with you, or we could also ask Mr. Waja later to chip in, and colleagues who are here. I believe one of our members, I'm just aware that he has to go to the airport, so I'm repeating your questions, but please kindly feel free to indicate. Mr. Moyo?
Thank you very much. Yes, in terms of access, member states are at different levels, but the weighted average electricity access in the region stands at about around 54%. So you have countries like Mauritius and Seychelles that are sitting at 100%. You have countries like South Africa with access of over 80%. Then we have obviously countries like Malawi and DRC who are lagging with low access rate. So at SADC level, we did develop what we call the regional energy access strategy and action plan, which highlights measures that have to be taken by member states to improve electricity access. And of course, it's anchored on what we call the 3 A's, which talks about affordability, availability, and accessibility. So in most cases, we therefore advocate that for the low-income citizens, they have what we call affordable pricing of electricity or tariffs. And it is then structured in such a way that the tariff should also attract investments in the energy sector, because then it becomes a problem if the tariffs is looked at as a social good, and because then investments in the energy sector won't come in, because then we need to have cost reflective tariffs. So we've been driving two agendas at the SADC level: to push for cost reflective tariff, but to do it in an affordable manner, such that maybe the first base units that citizens utilize are actually priced quite low. But as you consume electricity more, then you have to actually pay for it at a cost reflective rate. And with this kind of an approach, or a tiered way of pricing, of setting up your tariff, we then expect some investment to come in the energy sector in terms of grid expansion, mini grid establishment, and also development of new generation sources that may come in. Of course, one key aspect that has come in is the issue of creditworthiness of our utilities in terms of developing new projects. And that's why we've had those lagging implementation in terms of projects after doing the feasibility studies. So we're looking at innovative ways of attracting financing. We could look at back-to-back power purchase agreement that are signed between a generator and large consumers like the mines, so that we make some certain projects bankable. But I think what is also critical and key for the SADC region is the establishment of the Regional Development Fund, because this will look at projects within SADC itself. It will look at, it will consider the risks that maybe other multilateral development banks wouldn't want to take on and implement those projects, because they're doing it for the region. Because currently now you have to take a project to the World Bank, they have their own views. You take it the project to China Exim Bank, they have their own views. So we as a SADC region, we lack our own regional development bank that can then drive and push these projects. Thank you.
Mr. Moyo, maybe one question that transpired yesterday pertaining the issue of the grid. Can you probably help the honorable members? How does it differ? I mean, from country to country?
Sorry, I missed the question. Please repeat.
The question is, it transpired yesterday in our discussions that there is what is called a grid. Grid. I don't know
Yes.
whether you get me right. Yes, there is what
Yes.
is called a grid. From country, like the grid in South Africa is not the same as the grid in Lesotho, Botswana. Can you probably unpack it for the members to more understand what is it?
All right. So the grid is basically your power lines that you see that are moving across the countries or within the country. The transmission lines, your generating stations that are connected to those transmission lines and the substations, and also then the customers connected. So that whole entire space is called a grid. So what we've done within the region is now we connect maybe South Africa and Botswana within a transmission line, which means that the grid between Botswana and South Africa is interconnected, and it means that they can share power. They can transact in terms of power flows. They can move between Botswana and South Africa. And just to highlight, within the 12 mainland member states, 9 member states are all interconnected, which means that they can do power exchanges and help each other in terms of needs. When there's shortages in one country, then the other country can supply power to the other country. The other countries that are not connected are Tanzania, Angola, and Malawi. But I did indicate Malawi should be interconnected by the end of this year. Now, the extensiveness of that grid differs from country to country. And obviously, it's based on the economy and what's happening in that country, and also the land size. Obviously, the one in South Africa, land size, economy, the grid is extensive, and it has different voltage levels. So as you supply power for long distances, the voltage level that you use increases. When you are supplying power within short spaces, you can use lower voltage levels. So that's how the grid is established. However, that still doesn't make it impossible for countries to connect, even if they are at a lower voltage level. We use what we call transformations or transformers to do that interconnections through the various substation between the countries. So our goal as a secretariat, or one of our priorities currently, is to interconnect those countries that are not yet interconnected to that grid, so that they are able to share their excess supply of electricity if they have this, or they can be supported if they have a deficit in their country in terms of power sharing. The other thing that we also advocate, or that has been happening within the countries based on this protocol, is cross-border supply. So you may have a situation where the grid, maybe for Botswana, is concentrated in the south, maybe towards, as an example, maybe towards South Africa. But the Zambian grid has extended all the way up to the Livingstone, Kazungula area. So you would find that the Kazungula area of Botswana is actually supplied from the Zambian side as a cross-border power supply. And similarly, we have the same aspects in terms of certain areas of Malawi being supplied from Zambia and certain areas of Zambia being supplied from Malawi because of the extension of the grid. The other priority then is also to develop power generating sources so that we can have enough power within the region, and also to develop transmission interconnectors that will take that power to where it is needed to the consumers. And the third priority is to unlock what we call congestion, because the grids are more like, to make it easy, are more like roads. So when you see a highway with traffic on it, it means that it's slowing down the number of cars that can move. So that creates a congestion. So even in the power sector, we have a similar situation where when power is flowing in one direction, that circuit is congested, it is to the brim, and you can't bring in any new electrons to flow. So then we create an additional power line to unlock that congestion. And that then enhances grid stability and the issue of the exchange of power between the countries. So we're trying to unlock those congestions where we have them by also advocating for the development of new transmission lines within those corridors. So we even consider such projects to be regional projects, even if they're in a country. So for example, we could have a power line between an area in Zimbabwe to another area, but that's the only line, and that it's through that route that Zambia can buy power from South Africa. So when that line is congested, it means that Zambia can buy power. So we develop another transmission line parallel to that, but it is in Zimbabwe. But we'll consider it as a regional project because it unlocks the flow of power within the region for member states to exchange power and trade through the SAP electricity market. I hope I've answered it. I've answered the question.
Thank you, Mr. Moyo. Maybe I can give to members, maybe to ask those few questions while Mr. Moyo is still online. Honorable Namibia.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and equally feedback intervention from Mr. Moyo. The other issue that we did not really discuss, the issue of harmonizing the rates or the charges of electricity, and also the difference of mandate in power utilities among member states. Because if you go to other countries, others are only more on distribution, but others have created subsidiaries that are dealing with the distribution, and the sector has become so exorbitant that beside the distribution and the supply, there are also institutions like local authorities who are also supplying consumers at the added rate. So the issue of harmonizing the rate, harmonizing the charges or tariffs, to say, where the main source, say if it's hydro, we need really to see that the differences are not that much. If it's other sources of energy, equally so. So it's just a matter of concern as member states that the tariffs are unequal and are also increasing. I so submit.
Mr. Moyo, that's the last question. You may conclude and just add value to anything else that you may wish to, and then the chair will take over to conclude. Thanks.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable, for that question. And it's pretty much a difficult question, so to say, because the issue of tariffs country specific and obviously are dependent on the sources of power as well and generation. You might be aware that most of the hydropower generation is usually cheaper in the long run. But when you're supplying power from core sources, nuclear, that becomes expensive. And of course, with other member states that are also highly dependent on the other countries in terms of their imports, the power also becomes expensive. So what, like I earlier indicated, what we then advocate from the SADC region is just that tier tariff consideration where the low income are considered in pricing electricity, so that the larger users will actually pay for the actual value of electricity. So each country sets up basically their own tariff for the electricity that they sell to the consumers. However, what we do within the SADC region is also during our meetings, share the different tariffs, average tariffs with member states, so that they are able to understand what the tariff is in Namibia compared to the tariff in Eswatini, South Africa, and Zambia. But for all member states, we do that tariff analysis. And I said average because the way the tariff is structured is residential tariff. I've got a different rate. Industry has a different rate. And the social sector has different rates. So what we just normally do is just get an average, a weighted average of that tariff, so that for comparison purposes, and put that tariff within in US cents for the purpose of comparison. However, if we bring down our tariffs, it means that investments within the sector also are going to reduce. So that's why it's kind of a difficult situation, because if you have cost reflective tariffs, you would find that the sector can thrive, the private sector can easily come in, and certain projects can easily be developed. And member states, we've been advocating for member states to also open up their electricity sector, because most of them are operated in an integrated system where the generation, transmission, and the distribution is owned by one utility. So in other sectors, that they have opened up, especially in the generation space, where we have independent power producers that come in and sell their electricity to the utilities. We also advocating that we have distributed generation, where certain buildings, or even at residential level, you could put up solar panels and you could sell to the grid. So certain countries have adopted those recommendations, whilst others have not. But like I said, the idea is to have a proper component within the tariff, but also to set it up in such a way that can also attract investment, because governments, as we all are aware, might not have all the funds to develop the energy infrastructure that we need for the region. I thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Moyo, for your valuable time and the valuable information that you have given to all the members. We will make a follow-up through our SADC desk for more information. We thank you and wish you well. Thank you so very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I just saw a message that I was supposed to touch on the Inga. Sorry, I'm just seeing it now. We we've also been working with ADPI from DRC. We want to establish a transmission route through 5 countries. We've done the Intergovernmental Memorandum of Understanding between DRC, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Botswana, and South Africa for routing that power from Inga into the SADC region. However, none of the member states have signed that Intergovernmental Memorandum of Understanding as of today. End of November, we're having a meeting in Livingstone where we're inviting the member states, and we're hoping, because the directive that we had at the last energy ministers meeting was that they should sign by August 2025, but that hasn't been done. So we are bringing the member states again in Livingstone, and hopefully they will consider signing. This is important as it will unlock the development of the Inga 3 dam, because then it means that there will be a route of where that power will flow within the SADC region for the development of the dam. Currently, World Bank has given the agency in Inga some money to undertake some works and also update their feasibility studies for that Inga project. However, the Inga project is also being looked at the African Union level, because it's looked at as a flagship project for Africa, with that power also being considered to be routed to other parts of Africa. But as a SADC region, these are some of the activities that we are doing on the Inga. I thank you.
Thank you for that crucial information, Mr. Moyo. Thank you so very much. Bye.
Has South Africa signed? It hasn't. Okay. Nobody has signed. Okay.
None of the 5 countries have signed yet.
Okay, thank you. That's one of the low-hanging fruits. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Honorable members, I would say welcome. We didn't have time to welcome you well this morning. Otherwise, thank you for giving time to Mr. Moyo. And I think we got every information that was needed as a member state. I will now give to our committee secretary to probably continue with what is in the program.
Thank you, honorable members. We really have touched on a few things, because it's important for our committee report to really have practical areas of concern, and also to recognize issues that are evolving in relation to the protocol. So I think the SADC Secretariat has done us great by sharing the documents, the latest documents. We also have the recent council report, which also tells us the projects that are underway that have been done, who has access to electricity. I know yesterday we were hazarding at 30%. Now we've heard that it's actually over 50%. And those are issues that are very helpful, because we are cautious that we don't want to say things that are unresearched. And therefore, I think this has been quite helpful. We will reference accordingly. And also just that appreciation that tariffs are not done from a discriminatory perspective. There's a reason that actually happens. So we have another presentation at 11, which will add value to what has been said, but I believe that our colleagues from Zala may wish to just make commentary to add value to what has been said. Quite interesting about the oil and gas, because part of the issues that we know that fossil fuels have proved to be very costly and they're not environmentally friendly. But the question is, do we have unlimited oil and gas in the region? Just a question to prompt, and have we even looked into that? What does it mean going forward? So we have experts in the room who can continue to give us information from any case study. Zella? We have Representative Zella who will assist us just to provoke further, because we want to be accurate as we dissect the value for the protocol and what we can call parliaments to do, governments to do, look at the gaps in the protocol in terms of what needs to be done. I like the issue of the RDF that came up, because we proposed, remember, in the committees that Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Angola must move a motion and ask other member states what is happening. Perhaps the issue of anger also comes in terms of how parliaments can catalyze processes. So thank you, my dear. Just go ahead, introduce yourself, and yeah.
Thank you very much. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Michelle Chitando. I am a legal officer at the Zimbabwe Environmental Law Organization, and would like to thank Mr. Moyo for highlighting some of the key issues that we need.
I don't know what has happened. There's a radio on, or one receiver is too loud. Oh, okay. Okay. Maybe the member can't hear properly without it being loud. Okay. All right. Yeah. Proceed, Michelle.
Thank you.
I think you can move here so that the members can see you. I'll come there momentarily.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Michelle Chitando. I'm with the Zimbabwe Environmental Law Organization, or ZELO for short. And I'd like to appreciate the presentation that we've just received from Mr. Moyo that really outlined the status of where we are in terms of energy within the region and where some of the actions need to be taken around making sure we've got 100% energy access within the SADC region. I think the question that you've raised really around the mining of oil and gas and other minerals that are necessary for us to produce energy within the region, particularly renewable energy, is a critical question. And within ZELO, through our Africa Institute for Environmental Law, we have managed to do some research trying to see how we can value add some of the minerals that we have so that we move from fossil fuels from a perspective that we want our climate goals, but also make sure that we achieve energy access and reduce energy poverty. So within that aspect, we were looking at countries such as the DRC, for example, countries such as Zimbabwe, how we can add value to those mineral value chains to make sure that we gain value from these critical minerals so that beyond our traditional sources of energy, we are having more coming from these critical minerals. Beyond just mining of these minerals, what can we do to add value so that our energy access can be improved? I think those are some of the considerations we need to make from our country's perspective around how we are mining these minerals, and also from a policy perspective. How can we assist countries at a policy level to ensure that the policies are also cognizant of the different aspects where we can draw our energy from and how we can promote regional cooperation? I think these are some of the there's a concern around translation. Okay. So I think from that perspective, we really just need to look at how we can expand and harness trade investment around the critical minerals that we have, adding value to those renewable energy sources that we can get and make sure that we promote energy access. It's also a lot of learning that needs to happen from the different countries that we have because our contexts are different around how we are distributing and transmitting energy. We also need to consider, for example, our transmission lines. Are they compatible with renewable energy actors coming in to provide energy to the main grid, for example? Have we put in place the necessary measures and safeguards to make sure that communities also then have access? So it's a lot of consideration that we need to do. And as honorable members, this is part of the work that you can push for within the different countries, how we can learn from each other to promote regional cooperation and also promote issues of energy access and reduce energy poverty. I think those are a few remarks I can make, and then we can continue to have discussions and see how we can move forward from there. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. Do you have any questions to Michelle? Because she's here to give a perspective where you can really engage at those critical points. Do honorable members see themselves being able to address the issues that she's raising? Can we, for instance, we talked about reforms and the regulatory framework, among others, and this is what we need to reflect on. Mozambique and Angola, you already have the documents now, honorable members.
Bom dia. Só temos a agenda do dia, né? Os documentos. Obrigada.
Bem, eu já tenho aqui alguma coisa vinda do nosso técnico. O mesmo disse que estava também a ver a questão do documento traduzido que a gente até aqui não tinha. Deu garantia de que tudo estava sendo feito e que dentro de pouco tempo iriam nos dar o produto final.
Honorable members, it means I must check with my colleagues. All the documents are translated as received from the SADC Secretariat. So perhaps it's an issue of where the honorable member is not in the group where documents are being given. And maybe I need to check with colleagues to find out what is going on. DRC, did you get all your documents? You did. So I don't know if I'm hearing right. They're waiting for all the documents. Yet all the documents have been shared last night. Dava, can you check why the honorable member doesn't have documents? They don't have. Why? But but you have the documents sent to the honorable member. So you have the documents now. Okay, perhaps let's take a break, honorable members. We have to be, so that I sort this out, we have to be back here for a presentation at 11. So we can take our break early, but please come back at 11 because we have another presenter who's going to tie the loose ends for us so that our report to the plenary assembly is owned by yourselves in terms of what you'd like to do. In the meantime, I'll follow up on the issue of translation. Maybe get Ronald and Paulina for me so that we get the right numbers. Thank you, honorable members. We apologize for that. Maybe have your tea. Let's be back at 11:15 or 11, somewhere there, so that I sort out the issue of the documents. Thank you.
Clement? Hello, Clement? Hello, interpreter? French interpreter? Anybody there?
Yeah.
I want to check with him.
Why was it? Why is it flow? How did it read it?
No. French. Clement.
Now breaking up.
It's muffled. No, it's not like this. You know, unless I wouldn't know, because I'm having a problem as well. Unlike yesterday, I didn't have, today I'm having internal problems. Clement? Hello? French? Found, yes, on one interpreter. The other one was full, and the other one, I had him was muffling. I'm trying to connect to him to see which we can talk.
Because if data is there, you must pay attention if he doesn't have. So that's why this just makes no sense for. What about the one member from my body? He doesn't have that, that's the wrong two. And one of this. Now we have. He has the same. And one of one.
The actual discussing.
Access to the internet. Even his functions are shared feedback with you, so that we're able to be much more.
Yeah, exactly.
And I don't think we must come on the picture that you guys dentistry. You should call up to the government, kind of respond to it.
All right, I'm here. Yeah, but it's okay now. Why was it something crazy the other time? It was really better. But now it's clear. It's good. Thank you. Okay, sure.
Has to be. Hello? Mr. Kuda, are you on the line?
Good morning. Yes, I'm online.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yes.
We are testing. We are testing. Just hang on.
All right.
We're just
All right.
testing to hear if you are audible.
What you call this, a PowerPoint presentation, but for some reason it's failing. So that's why I was only able to send a PDF. So maybe what I can do is I'll try to project from this end.
Okay, that's good.
Can I try that?
We are giving you sharing rights.
Oh, sorry. I was saying I sent a PDF because I failed to send a PowerPoint presentation.
Okay.
So can I project from my end?
Yes, please.
All right. So maybe let's try. Let me give me the rights to share.
Okay. Let's see.
All right. Let me share. Can you see this?
Yes, we can.
Let me put on PowerPoint presentation mode.
Good. Are you able
Okay.
to share that one so we can quickly translate it? Or
Um,
the one we can translate the PDF one?
no, I'll send this one, but the challenge I'm having is I can't send it. I don't know what's happening with the PowerPoint, but let me try again.
Okay, so you think the relevant one is the PowerPoint one?
No, it's the same. It's the same.
It's the same content.
Yes, the same content. But let me try to send again.
Okay.
Yeah, let me try to send again. It's the same content, but I don't know for some reasons my emails, I'm failing to send by email. But let me try again.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Bye.
Okay, bye. Later.
Let's try again, sharing.
Can you see it right? Hello?
Yes, yes, we can see it.
All right, let me try to send the PowerPoint format.
All right,
All right, thank you.
thank you.
Honorable members, may I call the meeting? Thank you, honorable members. We have on the line Mr. Kudash Kwashtche. I'm sorry for that poor pronunciation. Please pardon me. Welcome, sir. We welcome you. You will be doing a presentation for market-based adoption of renewable energy and energy efficiency. Please say you can go ahead with your presentation. Members are listening to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. A very good morning to you, honorable members of Parliament. Also a good morning to you all. It's a great pleasure to join you. Thanks to the Secretary General for the invitation. As has been mentioned, my name is Kudakwashe Lukula. I work for the SADC Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, SACRI. I'm currently its Executive Director. So if you allow me, my presentation basically is going to cover our mandate as SACRI. Probably for some of you, it was the first time to hear about SACRI. I also then speak about some of the activities that we are doing, and then take a dive into the energy landscape in the SADC region, particularly the power sector. So the focus is on the power sector. Then I'll talk about the opportunities for sustainable energy solutions in the region. I'll look at issues around policies and strategies, but also look at the barriers that we're facing and how we can turn these barriers into investment opportunities. And then I'll conclude with some recommendations to these challenges that we're facing. So SACRI, standing for the SADC Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, was established in 2015 by the SADC ministers responsible for energy. It was given a mandate to promote increased energy access to modern energy services, as well as the improved energy security across the SADC region through the promotion of market-based adoption of renewable energy and energy efficiency technologies as well as services. So we do have critical challenges around energy access. We also have challenges around energy security, which I'm going to elaborate further. So in their wisdom, the ministers responsible for energy thought and saw it fit to establish an institution, which is a subsidiary organization of SADC, to deal with the issues around renewable energy, promoting renewable energy and energy efficiency to address those challenges. So we established through an intergovernmental memorandum of agreement. We're based in Windhoek, Namibia, which is our host. So also in 2017, the ministers responsible for energy gave us a mandate to monitor the implementation and support and monitor the implementation of the Regional Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Strategy and Action Plan, RESAP in short. We are established on sustainable energy basis where funding is expected to come from the member states. We also expected to receive funding from donors, as well as do some recovery of the costs that we incur when you offer services to projects. So we are established with the support of the SADC Secretariat through the political support, as well as the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. Financial support came from the government of the Republic of Namibia as our host, which continue to support us financially. Also the Austrian Development Corporation, that's the Austrian government, as well as UNIDO. So I would like that we appreciate and thank these entities for supporting us in our establishment and our continued operation. So going to what are some of the programmatic activities that we are doing as SACRI? Since our establishment, we have been implementing quite a number of activities, but I would just like to highlight those that are currently ongoing. We are working on the energy efficiency for sustainable livelihoods in Africa, which is focusing mainly on energy efficiency. This is funded by the Swedish government through SIDA. It's going to run until 2029. We're also working on the solar thermal training and demonstration initiative. So when you talk of solar thermal, we're talking of the solar geysers. We're also talking about the hot water that is used for industrial processes. And also we're also working on, this is funded by the Austrian government. And then we're also working on the empowering women in the sustainable energy sector. This we're working in the global women network in energy transition. Again funded by the Austrian government, which is going to run until 2027. We've just concluded a project. Why I highlighted this project, because it has covered, to me, it is close to my heart, because here we're looking at improvement of livelihoods through the adoption of distributed renewable energy for productive use, where we've installed some solar pumping, water pumping solutions in remote areas in Zambia, Botswana, Malawi, Angola, and Namibia. It was funded by the EU. And we're just concluding a project on energy transition and energy access in Madagascar. This is funded by the EU. It's going to end in January next year. We also host the Sustainable Energy Week. The inaugural event took place in February this year in Botswana. The next event is going to be taking place in February again in Zimbabwe. And this is hosted by countries, various countries have volunteered to host this event. And also we do this in collaboration with SADC Secretariat and other entities. I'll take you through this current energy supply and demand situation in the region. The first table is talking to the 12 mainland countries of SADC. And then the table at the bottom is talking of the oceanic member states. So if you look at the mainland countries, if you take a look at the third column, the second column is about the utilities in those countries, the state-owned utilities. The third column is looking at the installed capacity. What is it that you see standing at a certain place? Let's say a coal power plant in Wange, right? Let's say Medupi in South Africa, or other power stations in other countries. So this is what is installed in total. So for Angola, for example, the installed capacity is 6,250 megawatts. But what is available is 5,128. So normally installed capacity doesn't relate to operating capacity. There could be issues around, let's say, old power plants, they are now inefficient, but others, maybe they are out due to breakdowns. And also if you look at solar power plants, they don't give as much as what is installed. Then the other column is the current peak. This is what is demanded by the consumers. So if you look at Angola, we have operating capacity or available capacity, which is 5,000 megawatts, but the current peak demand in Angola is 3,254 megawatts. While the peak demand plus reserves is 2,700 megawatts. When you talk of peak demand, when you talk of reserves, normally power plants, you don't run them at their peak. You need to have some reserve available so that you can manage the fluctuations. You can manage, if let's say another power plant is taken out. That's why there's always some reserve margin that is left behind. So then the last column is whether there's an excess or there's a shortfall. So if you look at that table, Angola has got an excess of 2,421 megawatts. So this is power that is available, which can be utilized by other countries. And you go through this whole table. So it's only Angola and Tanzania and Mozambique that have got excess power. So all the sub-members we've got these are interconnected members. These are interconnected and non-interconnected members. We've got a gap of 500 megawatts. If you look at the interconnected members, we have got a gap of 4,210 megawatts. So this is a shortfall that we're experiencing. So when we talk of interconnected members, so there is a grid within the region whereby there's cross-border sharing of power. But we still have countries such as Malawi, Angola, and Tanzania that are still to be interconnected to the region. So that table shows you that we all have a challenge except for Angola, to an extent Mozambique, and then Tanzania. If you look at the oceanic member states, unfortunately, honorable members, I do not have in terms of supply and demand for the oceanic member states. But what you see there is that installed capacity for Comoros is 46 megawatts, Madagascar 500 megawatts, Mauritius 867 megawatts, Seychelles 129 megawatts. So this is a snapshot of the current supply and demand in the region. So it shows that we have overall a deficit in the region. If I take you to the next slide, just a summary of the landscape. Access to electricity in the SADC region varies significantly across the countries. We've got countries such as Mauritius and Seychelles that have achieved 100% energy access. While we have countries such as Malawi, DRC, which still lag behind, with Malawi at just 26% energy access. So this stark disparity highlights the uneven progress in energy access across the region. Most of the member states aim to attain universal access of electricity by 2030. Others have shifted, they've realized that this is not doable anymore. Others have shifted to about 2040. Additionally, the region is facing a significant power shortage with a total deficit of 420 megawatts for sub-connected members, as I have highlighted earlier on the previous slide. This shortage has a direct impact on economic growth and energy security, as we all know. Again, just to reiterate again, Angola, Malawi, and Tanzania are not yet connected to the sub-grid. What is our fuel supply situation or energy supply situation in terms of the resource for electricity generation? If you look at this pie chart, you see that coal still contributes a significant chunk to our electricity supply at 59%, followed by hydro at 24%. Renewables, that include solar PV, wind, and others, are less than 10%. So despite efforts towards new renewable energy, that transition for new renewable energy technologies and resources such as solar and wind, we still have coal and hydro that still dominate the electricity mix, accounting for 59% and 24% respectively of that electricity generation in the region. So this heavy reliance on coal presents a challenge for decarbonization. While hydro power is susceptible to climate-induced droughts, I think this doesn't need any explanation. We all have experienced and noticed and witnessed the power deficit that is being felt in countries that are like I think all countries have want to, at one point or another, face this challenge. We still have huge opportunities for sustainable energy in the region in terms of solar and wind. For example, if you look at those maps there, the one on your left shows the solar potential, while the one on the right shows the wind potential. Very significant resources. So the areas highlighted indicate that the potential to generate renewable electricity is immense without compromising the environment and land use conflict, because we often have this challenge of saying, okay, if we put these power plants, they're not going to conflict with the current environmental issues or land use that we have people that may end up being displaced by solar farms or wind farms. But the mapping that we've done shows that excluding all those areas that are protected, areas that are densely populated, we still have a huge potential to exploit solar and wind. We also have significant potential in energy efficiency. So according to the SADC Industrial Energy Efficiency Program, SIP, if you look at the industrial sector alone, the energy share is nearly 25% of production costs, which is averaged across other countries. Hence, if we can reduce the energy consumption, which it will make our industries more competitive, make our products quite competitive. Also, at the same time, energy efficiency is important as the countries face substantial energy-related challenges that include low energy access, power constraints due to inadequate and aging infrastructure, as well as inadequate funding for additional energy capacity infrastructure development, amongst other factors. Would you mind, excuse me, honorable members of parliament, I just want to close my window. There's some noise outside. Just give me a moment. Thank you, I'm back. I take you to the next slide. There is the issue of energy poverty. If you look at the picture on your right, this is the picture of the earth that we're living on. If you look at up north, you see some lights there. This picture was taken at night from NASA. So you see some light at night, some lighting at night in North America, Europe, and Asia. Well, if you look, you have to guess where Africa is. But you can see some lights, of course, in Cape Town, Gauteng region. So it shows that we do have energy poverty as a region because of this inadequate energy supply. So energy poverty can be defined as lack of access to adequate, affordable, reliable, quality, and safe and environmentally sound energy services. So it manifests through low energy access, high energy costs, and unreliability of energy supply. But if you look at these factors, we are all across the region, even those that have 100% access to energy. The energy supply is still very high in terms of cost. It also is unreliable. So what this means is that as a region of SADC, we're energy poor, according to this definition. So one can ask, what are the causes of energy poverty? They are quite various, and they can be seen as low income, income inequality, with high unemployment. So there's income inequality also in terms even of gender, cultural behavior and gender, infrastructure deficits, low investment in energy supply, high energy prices, low resource inefficiency. These contribute or cause to our energy poverty that we experience. The next chart here is showing the electricity tariffs as recorded in 2021 across select countries. So in US cents, in 2021, electricity, that is electricity tariffs at consumer level, that's an average at domestic level. We're looking at about $2 US cents 2.48 cents per unit per kilowatt hour in Angola. The highest was in Namibia at 16 cents. And then in terms of being highest, followed by Eswatini. So on average, we're looking at somewhere above 8 cents per unit. So again, compare with the issues of incomes, Some people still complain that the tariffs are still very high, like for example, in countries such as Namibia and Eswatini. That probably makes them also uncompetitive in terms of industrialization, if you look at heavy energy consuming industries. But again, you look at other countries with very low tariffs, they make it very challenging for investment to come in the energy space, because the cost of supply of energy definitely is above 7 cents, above 2 cents. So that becomes a challenge. For example, most of the investors in the power sector for, say, wind and others, the costs that have been advocated for are above 7 cents on average. Okay, what have you been doing to attract investment in the energy space? From the policy side, this table shows some select countries that have adopted some enabling policies to support deployment of clean energy. For example, we've come up with renewable energy policy and strategy. We've come up with net metering. Countries have net metering. This is whereby you can install a system, a renewable energy system on your rooftop or at a certain site. Then you feed power into the national utility. Then you are compensated by the exact amount of power that you have supplied. So the utility will just cancel off your kilowatt for kilowatt. So you are exchanging power with the utility. We have also, some countries have come up with the independent power producer policy. Some have come up with the renewable energy feed-in tariff, or the REFIT. Of course, some are saying now this is becoming outdated. But there's a strong adoption of tendering mechanisms, which is open and transparent. Also, countries have developed integrated resource plans, or IRPs. IRPs are actually plans that look into the future in terms of power development. They look at both supply and demand over a long-term period, and then try to schedule the power plants that will come at a certain period. For example, they will say by 2027, we are looking at 500 megawatts to come from solar. Then it's also a question, where is it coming from? All those details are outlined in the IRP. So it gives a lot of confidence and focus to both the supplier as well as the developers. We also have rural electrification master plans that have been developed, especially by countries that still have a challenge in terms of access. We also have energy efficiency policy and strategies. For example, Zimbabwe just launched its energy efficiency policy for 2025. We also have standards and labeling. When you look at standards and labeling, you realize if you look at, let's say, a refrigerator, you see a label which says A, B, C, E. Those are labels to indicate the level of energy efficiency of that appliance. So what has happened is that these labels have been adopted at regional level. Now countries are now adopting them at national level. There are also countries that have come up with tax incentives. These are fiscal incentives, including also capital subsidies and rebates, amongst others. So these countries at various stages of adopting this. Now, looking at the strategies, again, just to elaborate a bit of these strategies and regulations. So in terms of policy, some of the enabling policy and strategies put in place to drive sustainable energy include, like I've mentioned earlier on, at national level, the IRPs, the master plan, the IPP, procurement framework, and others. If you look at regional level, what have we done so far? The SADC protocol on energy. This was The initial one was 1992, and then this has since been revised in 2023, 2022, 2023. So the revised protocol, SADC protocol on energy, so far has been signed by 8 member states. So we are urging all member states to expedite the signing of the revised protocol on energy, as well as some other member states that still have to assent to this protocol. We also have developed the SADC Renewable Energy and Energy Efficient Strategy and Action Plan, RESAP in short. There's also the SADC Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan with sector plans as well. We also have the SADC Regional Energy Access Strategy and Action Plan, RESAP, focusing specifically on energy access. At utility levels, we have got the Southern African Power Pool Plan, which is again derived from the National Integrated Resource Plans. We have also developed the Regional Grid Code. This was done through the regulators, upon which national grid codes can be adopted, developed, and aligned to ensure compliance. Despite these opportunities, these policies, we still have a lot of barriers to adoption of clean energy solutions, that is renewable energy and energy efficiency. If we can categorize these barriers, in terms of financial barriers, we still have high capital costs for renewable energy systems, projects, and new energy vehicles. For example, if you want to buy an electric vehicle now, it's quite expensive compared to a conventional vehicle. To put up, let's say, a renewable energy system is still expensive. Why? Because the cost that we are told of in Europe and others, they do not necessarily translate to the cost that we have here, largely because of cost of capital in the region is very high. Development costs are also very high, so that at the end of the day, renewable energy systems may appear to be much higher than conventional energy technology, such as gas turbines or gas power plants, for example. We also have limited financial incentives so that to attract investment. There's also lack of innovative models. For example, how do we finance off-grid solutions, off-grid systems? So I know some countries have come up with some interesting ones, such as the Solar Revolving Fund in Namibia, some results-based financing in other countries that are showing quite some success. From the policy side, we still have regulatory policies and regulatory barriers, such as lack of policies policy implementation. Policies could be there, and they are there, but implementation still remains a challenge. Local capital markets are still underdeveloped, and there's lack of de-risking mechanisms limiting private sector investment. Look at unfavorable, we also see favorable macroeconomic conditions such as inflation, which is too high in quite a number of countries, currency risks, those are quite some significant challenges. If you look at infrastructure and other technical barriers, we still have aging power plants. I'm sorry I did not manage to share with you. There is a table that I created on the age or the age of our power plants, coal power plants mainly. The majority of them were built in the 60s and 1970s. So these are very old infrastructure. So there's continuous breakdown of these power plants. And it becomes, and these systems are very inflexible to integrate renewable energy technologies. If you look at new energy vehicles, there are no charging station facilities in most of the places. In fact, we can still say there's very little charging infrastructure for electric vehicles, so that it becomes a challenge to adopt the EVs. Let alone to talk about green hydrogen. I think there's a buzzword about green hydrogen. We do not have infrastructure to take up green hydrogen. There's also still limited technical capacity in terms of planning, development, operation, and maintenance of renewable energy systems and energy efficient technologies. If you look at social and market barriers, fossil fuels still dominate, and which makes it even harder to transition to renewable energy. There's also still limited consumer awareness on the benefits of renewable energy and energy efficiency. Also, energy equality between rural and urban areas, gender, and demographics remain a major challenge. But when we talk of investment, what are we really talking about? What in terms of financial figures, what are we talking about? According to the World Bank, if we are to attain universal access by 2030, we need about 250 billion US dollars in SADC region. This staggering amount of money that is required for us to attain universal access by 2030. According to a study that we did ourselves at SACRI, we need about 52.8 billion US dollars to install 60,000 megawatts of new generation to reach 53% renewable energy capacity target by 2040, in line with the SAP Pro plan. As I indicated, new renewables, you are looking at 10% at the moment, hydro at 24%, so I look at 34%. But if we are to move to about 53% of renewable energy capacity by 2040, we need about 52.8 billion US dollars. In terms of investment opportunities, energy poverty in the region presents an investment opportunity. Some say, if you talk to entrepreneurs, they see opportunity there. And this opportunity is in terms of generation, transmission. When you talk of transmission, we're looking at cross-border networks, interconnectors. We also look at national backbones. For example, at the moment, transfer of power between the northern side of SADC, that is Zambia and DRC, and exchange of power in the southern part, which is South Africa, Namibia, Botswana, and others. There's a significant bottleneck internally, in Zimbabwe. Similarly, also in South Africa, there's a huge national challenge with the national backbone. So that needs to be upgraded. There are also opportunities in energy access. The global shift to clean energy requires critical minerals and greener manufactured goods. I did not talk about critical minerals for energy transition, but our region as SADC has huge opportunities. They have huge resources for critical minerals such as copper, lithium, cobalt, gold. These are all minerals, manganese and others. These are all minerals that are required for the energy transition. There's also the European Union's Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, CBAM. Some say this is a barrier to us to trade. But also there's an opportunity. You know, if we transition and manufacture our goods, like our steel products, using cleaner energy solutions, then we may be able to access the European Union market. In conclusion, I would say access to clean energy. Despite improvements in energy in recent years, access still remains unacceptably low. Rural areas are heavily impacted. When you talk of energy security, the region remains energy insecure, with all countries facing energy deficit except for Angola, Mozambique, and Tanzania. If you look at energy poverty, this manifests through low energy access and energy insecurity due to low investment in generation, transmission, as well as missing interconnectors. In terms of resource potential, the region is well endowed with renewable energy and energy efficient resources, as well as critical energy transition minerals. In terms of policy and regulatory environment, policy ambitions for sustainable energy development exist but need to be enhanced to attract investment in the region. Regional cooperation. We do have institutions such as the SADC itself, SACRI, Southern African Power Pool, Regional Energy Regulators Association, Kafue Gorge Regional Training Center, KGRTC, as well as energy frameworks, which do exist. But these institutions and frameworks, they need to be capacitated and harmonized. In terms of financing, this remains a weak link with limited ability to attract climate finance and mobilize local capital. So what are the recommendations? If I may just then end this presentation. The recommendations that we're giving are that we need to foster regional trade in clean energy. This can be done through accelerating interconnection of the member state countries, as well as joint preparation of projects and funding of these projects. For example, the line between Zimbabwe, Zambia, Botswana, and Namibia, in short called Zizabona. We need to collaborate on this infrastructure. This can be done through vehicles such as those provided by the Southern African Power Pool, SAP. For example, SAP has just come up with a regional transmission infrastructure financing facility, basically established to finance the transmission infrastructure. In terms of adopting innovative financing models, we need to structure projects through public-private partnerships so that we can share risks and attract private sector investment. We need to anchor projects on productive use to improve livelihoods and sustainability, because more often we see mini-grids established in rural areas, but they become dysfunctional because people are not able to pay. So we need to convert these, they are not able to pay the tariffs. So we need to ensure that when we build some of these projects, we need to tie them to productive use so that people can earn income and are able to sustain this infrastructure. We need to look at issuing green bonds and sustainability bonds. I know South Africa, Mauritius, Namibia have issued some of these green bonds, and they've been very successful. We need to work on attracting patient capital. For example, our institutions such as pension funds, these have patient capital. So let's work on how to attract this into the energy sector. We also need to implement performance-based financing models and flexible energy delivery models like pay-as-you-go systems, energy as a service, to reduce upfront costs. Beneficiation. Let's promote research and development, capacity building, localization, as well as funding local development finance institutions to access climate finance and support innovation and local production. We do have development banks, but often the case our development banks are not really fulfilling their mandate. They need to be capacitated. In terms of policy harmonization, let's align and harmonize sustainable energy policies and regulations. For example, the regional grid code, the standards, like for example, the minimum energy performance standards, we've done so for lighting, we've done for refrigeration and air conditioning. Let's expand across technologies and ensure that we reduce regulatory inconsistencies, increase regional trade, and improve the investment climate. We need to strengthen regional cooperation to leverage on strength and benefits of the scale that can be achieved from clean energy infrastructure projects supported by frameworks like the African Continental Free Trade Area, as well as the Africa Single Electricity Market. We also need to increase awareness raising, public knowledge for better understanding of the benefits of utilizing energy sustainably. To hear more about this, I would invite you, honorable members of parliament, to join us in Victoria Falls, Zimbabwe in February next year at the 2026 SADC Sustainable Energy Week. Here you are going to see exhibitors, you're going to see eminent speakers, ministers, countries are going to present their national energy compacts and others. So we welcome you and look forward to seeing you. With that, I thank you, honorable members of parliament. Thank you.
do you have time with us for a few questions, if at all, Mr. Kuda?
Indeed, I'm
Okay,
available.
thank you so much. We owe you a debt of gratitude. Let's have water when I'm in Windhoek.
Definitely.
Yes, because you really, you've really reconciled a lot of areas that were coming up earlier, and you're very prophetic about inviting members to the session in Victoria Falls, because we've been looking for that opportunity where we can see, hear, and speak and exchange information. So this has really been a welcome development, which we shall include in our report to the Assembly and ensure that our members are exposed to what is happening in the region. So thank you very much. And I believe that honorable members will share in me, indicating that we really need to appreciate. We were speaking at 11 p.m. last night, and I was sharing what the members were requesting and needing. And I think this level of commitment must be applauded. So thank you very much.
It's a pleasure.
Go ahead, Chair.
Thank you so very much for your presentation, sir. I will allow members to ask some questions if there are any, since you have given us a leeway to ask questions. Honorable from Angola, followed by the Honorable Mendy from South Africa.
Do you understand Portuguese? Or you've changed interpretation icon, just change there so that you can hear our member on the screen. Sometimes we forget. And mute
Yeah.
original audio and tick English. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Muito obrigado pela palavra. Agradecer a mesa na pessoa da sua secretária-geral e do presidente desta reunião. Acompanhamos com muita atenção a explanação do nosso convidado, que de facto trouxe informações muito importantes que colocam-nos, como é que direi, nos dá uma noção exata dos desafios que temos pela frente. Vemos aqui gráficos que ilustram o quadro dramático que o nosso continente em geral e a região em particular vivem. Vimos um mapa global em que outros continentes estão iluminados e o continente africano aparece mais escuro, com uma luzinha aqui na África do Sul, na área do Cabo. E em termos de recursos, aquilo que Deus colocou à nossa disposição, acreditem que esses continentes que hoje estão iluminados, muitos deles não têm os recursos que nós temos aqui. Isso deve nos levar a refletir profundamente o que devemos fazer para invertermos o quadro radicalmente. Utilizarmos racionalmente os meios que Deus colocou à nossa disposição. O nosso preletor falou também que nos programas que tem levado a cabo, tem trabalhado no empoderamento da mulher. Queria que me explicasse fosse um bocado ao detalhe, concretamente o que é que tem sido feito para o empoderamento da mulher nesse quadro. Dentre as fontes de energia, aquelas fontes que servem de energia alternativa, no quadro da transição para a energia limpa, aquela que acarreta menos riscos para o clima, estamos a ver que em muitas partes do mundo a precipitação atmosférica já não se processa como era no passado, tudo porque tem havido um pouco por todo lado o derrube discriminado de árvores, por exemplo, que criam problemas ecológicos. Agora, referiu-se aqui do carvão, não sei se trata-se do carvão mineral ou vegetal. Se for o vegetal, nós, por exemplo, no nosso país, há um programa em curso em que quem corta uma árvore, lá onde é possível plantar, tem que plantar pelo menos 3, que é para, de facto, mantermos o clima necessário e vital para a sobrevivência dos seres humanos. Eram essas minhas questões. Muito obrigado.
South Africa, may we give you the floor?
Well, thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, SG, and thank you very much to our presenter for quite an insightful presentation. I've got quite a number of questions and clarity-seeking pointers. Number one is that I see there is under recommendations, you're making that recommendation that there should be a policy harmonization. And I agree with you fully because SADC seeks to integrate so that we do not have a poorer and a richer country amongst ourselves. However, we have a situation already that each country has got its own energy regulator. And their regulations and policies around energy are singular in such a way that we're going to have to find a way of merging or rather directing the existing policies and regulations around our member states to point at a direction where we find some level of balance. And then this balance, then we already see it, and you have pointed it out in countries which have a deficit in terms of the energy access. And what is worrying me then, therefore, is that if South Africa is at 96% of energy access, and then Malawi, our sister country, is at mere 32%, no, 24%. How do we then find an equilibrium of some sort? And what would be the sources that you would advise that in order to bridge that gap and study the challenges surrounding Malawi in particular? How do we come in as SADC and assist our sister country? Because this equilibrium that we seek to do in the policy harmonization is exactly to not find a SADC which has different communities, a community of the rich and a community of the poor in the same region. And then the second thing is that there's an interesting highlight you made in terms of the CBAM. And our bargaining power in terms of the investments then depends on how low we go in terms of emissions. And I'm not sure if you can expand on this argument of the emissions and the bargaining power for investment, because our emissions as things stands are at the lowest. So I don't know what this lowest we must go to as SADC, because there seems to be a narrative out there that go lower in your emissions, but which are these emissions? Which low is expected of us? What is it that we have to do to go very low? Because compared to other countries, our footprint is the lowest. Now we are told in order for you to access investment, you have to go lower. So please expand on that and talk to it versus what the pie you have given us, that our pie in majority, our energy source is coal. That's the majority. So if we are going to go lower on 65%, it means we are reversing all the gains. We're reversing all the countries in SADC that have access. They are going to go to poverty. So in going to poverty, then we are, I don't know, there's a huge thing that we have to first conscientize each other about. That there are things which I believe, and I don't want to be, I don't know what's the word, but my advocacy is that we should not also allow people to push us. Let's not be pushovers in certain aspects, even if it's for investment. But we are just being pushed over as SADC, and we are being pushed over as Africans to give up on many things. It's going to start with coal. It's going to go to cultures. It's going to go to something else. Before we know it, we're no longer Africans, we're something else. So I'm trying to say my belief is that we're being pushed over. But if you can expand as to this lowest we have to go to, maybe I may be convinced. And then it is in the tariffs. I see we've got the lowest is, or with you, is that Angola and Zambia. Simply because also they have hydropower. When I researched the top 10 lowest tariffs in Africa, I found also Zimbabwe, Zambia, and Tanzania. And I just want to understand then, it's in connection with the harmonization. If we can have these countries, as much as Angola and Zambia have also the excess in terms of power, of their energy that is available, we ought to find a balance in lowering these tariffs. Yesterday, I made an example to the committee that South Africa has almost 100% access, but that 100% access is slowly translating to lower percentages because the access is there, but people can't afford it. We don't want to drive access, but then the access is unaffordable. Given unemployment and all the social ills that people are going through, the issue of energy, it has to be driven into an affordable mean. It should not just focus on access, but it must focus on affordability. Now, what is Angola and Zambia doing which makes their tariff so low? If I may make an example, SG, South African tariff is R2 to R4.50 per kilowatt, per unit, depending on who you buy it from, which translates to 11 cents to 25 cents US dollars. That's a lot of money. But when you go to other countries, it's very low. It's extremely low. So there is an imbalance in South Africa with driving access, but affordability has been thrown out of the window. And it's gonna be something that's gonna slowly come into other countries of the SADC, that we're gonna drive access, quick access, and look like in the policy making space, we are the most advanced and successful country, yet the very same people we are driving this energy for do not utilize it because they cannot afford to have it. The last one is that, what are the estimates in terms of the INGA? Because Angola and Zambia, with their access and everything, they also have the hydro. So if we were to access this hydro, will it be able to address the shortage in terms of access, but also have we calculated the required amount of energy in SADC versus what can be provided by INGA at this moment as a quick solution, as much as we'll be exploring others? Because we have the INGA, we have the MOU, so SG, we're gonna be calling the countries to sign the MOU, but we don't know the estimate of INGA. We don't know what INGA is addressing. We don't know if INGA can, if we say Malawi, get in, sign, will we help Malawi to get at least to 70%? But also, will we help Malawi to get to 70% of affordable electricity to the communities there? So that's it for now, SG. Thank you.
Any other question? So that we may give the floor to Namibia.
Thank you very much. I was just worried with the presentation that the reflection that the renewable energy, it's a high cost investment, according to the report. I'm wondering why we're saying that government cannot spend more in this sector, for whichever good reason, then it's manipulated by the private sector. And we thought renewable energy was the new avenue where government could have really made resources. If it's once off at a time, they could have fast-tracked it, but it seems now, from the report, it's among the capital-intensive projects which have been captured by those who have. And believe me, yesterday we had a report of scarcity of electricity, especially in the rural areas. We have a long way to go. 2030 is no longer next week. It's day after tomorrow. Are we going to achieve? Thank you very much.
Any other question before we ask him to respond? I can see South Africa. Oh, can I give the RC, then South Africa?
Merci beaucoup pour la parole accordée. J'apprécie à sa juste valeur la présentation de tout à l'heure qui a été très, très, très riche en données. Alors, je pars du principe selon lequel il n'y a pas de développement sans énergie. Pas de développement sans... On ne peut pas concevoir le développement dans notre sous-région sans énergie ou sans électricité. D'après les tableaux qui a été peint, l'on est arrivé au constat selon lequel le pays fait face à une pauvreté énergétique. Alors, il y a deux pays qui sortent du lot, l'Angola et la Tanzanie. Et parmi les recommandations qui ont été formulées, il y a celle qui consiste à adopter des modèles de financement innovants. Plus précisément, le projet dit par le biais de PPP, partenariat public-privé, afin de partager les risques et d'attirer les investissements privés. Alors, je crois que cette approche, pour moi, c'est une approche qui est parmi les meilleures parce que nous savons que beaucoup de pays où la sous-région fait face à la minceur de ressources ou encore de budget, hein, de budget national. Il faut faire appel aux investisseurs privés. Alors, les privés ne peuvent venir que dans des pays ou dans une région où il y a une sécurité juridique, où il y a la stabilité, par exemple, des institutions. Alors, je crois que c'est une approche qui doit être une approche très, très, très globale. Par exemple, tenir compte des climats politiques, tenir compte de la stabilité, comme je dis, de la stabilité des institutions. Alors, la question que je pose, c'est celle de savoir qu'est-ce que l'intervenant nous propose comme mécanisme, ou si ça existe déjà au niveau de la sous-région, pour qu'il y ait cette approche globale qui consiste à créer ces climats de confiance, ces climats de stabilité des institutions au niveau de la sous-région, pour permettre ainsi un afflux ou un engouement des investisseurs privés dans la région dans notre région pour ainsi booster, pour permettre, par exemple, à pouvoir réduire cette pauvreté énergétique, quoi. Et peut-être profiter aussi des expériences des autres pays parce que c'est l'intégration régionale qui est poursuivie, c'est l'un des objectifs de la SADC. Si on peut mettre aussi, si les autres pays peuvent s'inspirer de ce qu'ont fait l'Angola et la Tanzanie pour pouvoir arriver au stade où ils sont maintenant. Merci.
Thank you, Honorable DSRC. I'm sure South Africa, we are the last. Oh, even Mozambique is indicating. I've already called upon South Africa. I think she forgotten.
Thank you, Chair. No, just one, it was the numbers and the estimates of how much it will cost if we were to cover full access. The World Bank says 250 billion, and your own organization research says 52 billion. And there's a huge difference. Suspicious though, knowing who the World Bank is and what they are capable of, and they are responsible for the debt that Africa is in. I just want to get the difference. Why so much difference? What is it that you didn't calculate, which they calculated, so that we don't suspect that they want to send us to hell already? Thank you.
Can you, I call upon Honorable Mozambique?
Muito obrigada, senhora secretária-geral da SADC, senhor presidente desta sessão. Em primeiro lugar, queria saudar a apresentação feita. Traz-nos aqui muita matéria da região, aquilo que pode ser, mas também o que eu queria pedir nessas apresentações era trazer aquilo que são preocupações, também dar-nos ideias como ultrapassarmos, porque nós sabemos que essas dificuldades nos nossos países existem e tudo, e como ultrapassar. Por exemplo, a colega ali falou realmente sobre preços elevados de energia. Podia nos dar mais ou menos como é que podíamos quais são os preços que deviam ser aplicados. Os preços que deviam ser aplicados, mais ou menos, porque quando o apresentador nos diz que é isto, mas devíamos mais ou menos trazer-nos ideia, né? Que nós sabemos também que o assunto de energia é aquilo que eu falei ontem, que sem energia não há desenvolvimento, né? Sim, sem energia não há desenvolvimento. E havendo energia, nós vimos há muito desenvolvimento nas comunidades e tudo. Então, quais são os preços que deviam ser aplicados? Talvez trazermos uma proposta. E depois aqui também fala do baixo investimento no fornecimento da energia. Como podemos ultrapassar essa situação? Trazer-nos ideias, propostas, não sabemos, somos parlamentares e tudo, mas temos algumas dificuldades, como eu disse ontem, que não se faz omelete sem ovos, né? Então, podia também nos trazer ideias, mais ou menos. Por exemplo, aqui fala também falta de implementação de políticas em todos os países da SADC. Como podemos fazer para termos políticas concisas e tudo aqui na região, para todos nós estarmos a falar a mesma linguagem, para ultrapassarmos essas situações da pobreza que nós sabemos que temos lá nas nossas comunidades e tudo. E fez aqui referência ao colega aqui que naqueles países de lá não tem nenhum sítio preto, aquele mapa que apresentou ali. Nós temos tudo para dar certo, mas não conseguimos ter um desenvolvimento. Como é que nós podemos fazer para nós podermos ultrapassar essas situações? Estamos sempre a chorar, 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 mas tem que nos trazer também uma proposta, umas ideias, que é para nós sairmos dessa linha negra, posso dizer. Muito obrigada.
Thank you, Honorable Mozambique. Can I give to the SG?
Okay. Just a quick one, Mr. Kuda. This particular committee has taken resolutions to develop a model law on climate, and they also have a model law on mining and regulation of critical minerals. So I'd like for you to make your comments in terms of what would be good for them to take into account preliminary as they look at renewables and the model law on climate, and particularly also looking at the issues of energy and critical minerals. You intimated, but I just wanted to indicate that this is something they've resolved on, and we're in the process of developing these, and whether SACRI will be interested in being invited to be part of the process. We're doing this with the Chandler Institute of Justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kudu. You may now respond.
Thank you, Chair. Also, thank you, SG, for that invitation, which we gladly accept, and we'll be more than happy to contribute and share our 2 cents on what can be done and how we can contribute positively. Thank you, honorable members of parliament, for those questions. I would start off with Angola. I assume from Angola it was more of a comment rather than question. Thank you so much. The issue of charcoal, it's a huge problem. I mean, deforestation is massive. So we hope and would appreciate members of parliament to continue to to conscientize communities on the dangers, of this, but also to work with the agencies such as rural electrification agencies, government ministries, to ensure that we bring access to all, and because only through that we can be able to a certain extent contribute to reduction in the use of charcoal. I was at a meeting last week where one of the ministers told us that our responsibility is not just to provide wires and electrons as energy stakeholders or energy players, but we must provide dignity. We are there to provide dignity. With energy, you provide dignity. So which means that energy has to be accessible, affordable, and sustainable. So that brings me to the question from South Africa, or questions from South Africa, the first set of questions on the issues of harmonization. Yes, we have got independent, some will call them so-called independent energy regulators in our countries. There are efforts to ensure that these regulators work together. I think next week the regulators are having their meetings. I think I'll put it to the regulators to ensure that they invite also members of parliament to their meetings. They are meeting next week, if I'm not mistaken, or no, probably in 2 weeks' time in South Africa. So, a member of parliament, I think you may also ask the regulator there to invite you, because they are hosting. I think they should invite you to their meetings and maybe also hear from them. But I think what is important is that these regulators work together. There are currently efforts underway to establish a regional energy regulator. But some countries have already flagged some challenges with a regional regulator to say then how can one jurisdiction be regulated by a regulator from another jurisdiction? But I think those are issues that are being worked around. I think it's doable that we can have one energy regulator, which helps us to ensure that there's fluent harmonization of the regulations. I think West Africa has already a regional regulator, so we can learn from them. So are other parts of the world. So let's ensure that the issues around the regional grid code can be taken up. You were asking about energy access and bridging the gap. That again, the issues of affordability. Sorry, the issues of how can we ensure that we have universal access across the region, with South Africa at more than 90%. Seychelles, Mauritius, high percentage. Angola, DRC, Mozambique, and Malawi and others quite low. We have countries that have excess power, as I highlighted. Angola sitting at more than 2,000 megawatts. Tanzania, they're also sitting on excess power. There's a lot that can be done. At the moment, Angola is not connected to the region. So is Tanzania. So I'm aware there's efforts to bring the interconnector from Tanzania to the border with Zambia. That's already completed. Their works are ongoing on the Zambian side. I understand funding has been secured from international cooperating partners to then extend the line in Zambia to the border, and then there is interconnection. So once we have connected Zambia to Tanzania, we'll be able to tap into that excess power in Tanzania. Already, Ethiopia, some of you may be aware of it. They just opened the Grand Renaissance Dam. They're sitting on excess power as we speak. Ethiopia is already interconnected to Kenya, and Kenya is connected to Tanzania. There's already exchange of power. So once Tanzania is connected to Zambia, the majority of SADC member states, mainland SADC member states, will also be able to tap into the power from Tanzania and all the way from Ethiopia. Angola, the works or designs are already in place to connect Angola to Namibia and also Angola to Zambia. Once these interconnectors are in place, we'll be able to tap into the excess power in Angola. That way, countries that have a deficit, like Malawi has significant deficit, they also rely heavily on hydro. They also rely on heavy fuel oil. and they do not produce oil, Malawi. So meaning that they are importing these petroleum products from outside. And we all know the volatility associated with importation of petroleum products. Prices change daily. And also the fact that you're looking at Forex, you have to spend Forex. So we believe once we are able to share power, that will also help countries that are running expensive generation sources or facilities to then tap into this imported power, and then they are able to hopefully also reduce their tariffs. But again, we also need to make sure that we have the transmission infrastructure in place. We also have the rules, regulations in place so that we're able to easily share the power. Honorable Member of South Africa, you also asked about the CBAM. Yeah, this is a huge elephant. It's unfortunately we have all signed and made commitments to climate. We've made climate commitments that we are going to reduce emissions. We are going to implement these projects, and unfortunately also the developed nations have made commitments to support us with technology transfer and funding. Or fortunately, they've made that commitment. Unfortunately, they are not fulfilling that commitment. This is a big problem. So as Africa, I think we need to be mindful of this and try to ensure that we find our own solutions. We need to strengthen regional integration so that we can focus on trade amongst ourselves, a lot much more than our over-reliance on exporting to outside world. Because unfortunately we export and then re-import some of these finished products. So some of our recommendations are let's strengthen our manufacturing capacity. That way we'll be able to raise our economic well-being, and then we also become consumers ourselves, and affordability becomes a much easier issue. Again, with more regional integration, we need then to be able to negotiate as a bloc. This issue of a country going alone to negotiate trade deals, it leaves us really vulnerable. We are left exposed. I think, again, this is beyond my capacity. I'm not really into trade, but I think the colleagues that are managing trade issues should be able to advise us, that we need really to diversify our markets. We need also to look internally. And above all, we need to start manufacturing ourselves. You were asking the issue of tariffs, that how can we lower our tariffs? I think and bring affordability. Like I said, countries that have hydropower generally have tended to have lower tariffs. So we need to tap into these countries that have hydropower. But unfortunately, of late, due to climate change-induced droughts, those countries that are relying heavily on hydro, such as Zambia and Zimbabwe, are facing a huge deficit. The water levels are quite low. And climate change models have also predicted that the drier regions are going to be drier and drier. The wetter regions are going to be wetter and wetter. So I look at countries such as DRC, to be much wetter, northern Tanzania. So maybe the question is, can we tap into the water resources in DRC? I think cross-border water transfer are some of the initiatives that we need to consider a lot, because we do have water that goes all the way into the Atlantic and contributes also to even sea level rising. So can we not tap into this water divert some of it, obviously through, of course, some sound environmental management, divert some of this water into water-stressed regions. I think, to me, this should be really prioritized. That way, if, let's say, we can ensure we support those dry regions with more water, then they can generate more electricity and bring affordability. I must say, there's no silver bullet, honestly. We need to take a bite to this hard-to-chew issue of a supply of energy. It's not cheap, and energy is not going to remain cheap as long as we are importing not only the energy itself, but also the technology associated with it. We are importing panels, solar panels, we're importing inverters, we're importing wind turbines, we're importing steam turbines, we're importing almost everything. So we still remain vulnerable. So I think we need to look at it holistically. A closed loop to this approach is really required. That's on the manufacturing side, supply side. If you look at also on the demand side, energy efficiency, to me, is a silver lining. If we need to be efficient, if we have to be efficient, in the long process, the tariffs become lower, industries become competitive. From our assessment, a lot of energy is being wasted. If, let's say, a country, when we've done some audits in certain companies, we have realized that if they implement energy efficient measures, basic ones, the technologies will be able, that they employ, the payback period will be in the range of 3 years. And after which they can enjoy the benefits of utilization of these energy efficient technologies and appliances for the next 20 years or so. So we need to push for adoption of energy efficiency, adopt maybe a model law on energy efficiency as a region. Maybe that comes also to your question, SG, on model laws, energy, and maybe energy efficiency as well. For rural areas, let's push for productive use, because our rural areas are really, they are poor in terms of affordability. The sources of income are very low for rural areas. So can we try to push to ensure that rural areas become economic hubs? They need to be self-sufficient in terms of producing their own food and be able to sell that food so that they can get income and then be able to pay for the energy services. So yes, it's not a silver bullet to mention, but a number of things need to be considered and brought on the table. You were asking about INGA. Yes, INGA is touted as a solution provider to our energy challenges. I think you are looking at over in excess of 40,000 megawatts that can be developed through various stages. I think at the moment the focus now is on INGA 3 and others, so that we are not looking at developing the whole INGA project in one go, but look at staggering it piece by piece, building the power plants until we reach up to that potential that is there of 40,000 megawatts. Because again, we cannot afford, no country can afford to build that 43,000 megawatts today. The resources are not available. But I think we need to look at it in stages. The government of the Republic of Congo has been, Democratic Republic of Congo, has set up an office that is basically dealing with INGA. I think it's in the president's office. I think maybe you may ask this office maybe to then come and share with you, maybe have a specific session on that. Again, generation is one thing. How do we evacuate that power? That 43,000 megawatts, even at the moment, there are still bottlenecks on the 1,000, 2,000 megawatts that's coming from Congo to transfer it to load centers. Even if South Africa had to sign a power purchase agreement today with Congo, it will not be able to get all that power because We do not have enough transmission capacity to wheel all that power to South Africa. So we need to invest again in transmission. So we need to look at things holistically, generation, supply, and demand. To come into the question from Honorable Member of Parliament from Namibia, renewable energy high costs. Yeah, like I said, it's unfortunate. Capital costs for renewable energy and energy efficient technologies are quite high. And affordability still remains a challenge. I think we need to come up with mechanisms to ensure that we can access these technologies. I must say, look, in as much as the developed countries have made commitments and are still failing to fulfill that commitment in terms of providing climate finance, but there's still some climate finance that is available that is still untapped. We are still not able to tap into this climate finance. Not all of us are able to tap into this climate finance. Why? Because we do not have the capacity, adequate capacity to tap into that. I know Namibia has managed to get quite substantial funding from Green Climate Fund, but not all countries, I know South Africa has been able to, but can we as member states, I will ask South Africa, Namibia, may you help countries, may you help Lesotho, may you help Eswatini, may you help Malawi, may you help Zimbabwe, Zambia, to capacitate this, that they're able to tap into this climate finance. They need capacity to develop projects that can then easily tap funding climate finance. That way, the climate finance can also help to lower some of the capital costs. There was a question on let's see. Then I think from honorable member from DRC, yes, it's true. Like I said, when you provide energy, you're providing dignity. You're providing at least the ability for that person to be able to stand on their own and sustain themselves. So there's no development without energy. Innovative financing models such as PPP, public-private partnership, it's a new buzzword. It's important, I think, because the energy sector has always been seen as a government domain, the national state-owned entity to develop it. But we know that our own state-owned entities are really in a shaky environment, shaky financial position. They've even also suffered from exodus of technical staff. I, for one, used to work for the utility in Zimbabwe. I remember the time when I left the utility, that very month, I think we had maybe 3 or 4, 5 colleagues from our unit who left for the diaspora, went to Australia and other places. And these countries continue to tap into our resources, take away our sharp minds across the field. So the question is, are we able, do we still have the capacity to negotiate PPPs? Right? We need to share risks, but are we able to negotiate so that we can adequately allocate the risks? And at the same time, some countries do not even have the PPP frameworks. So we need to develop these PPP frameworks so that it's very clear to everybody how we are going to engage with private sector, how we are going to not only engage with them, but also be able to review the frameworks that would have entered into these private sector players. Because at times private sector will tell you, yeah, we're coming with money, we're coming with all the resources, all the technical expertise. But at times we can tap into this technical expertise and say we can also come into the table with a lot of things as well. So it's not just you, the private player, who is coming in and at times they allocate all the risks to the state, and then they take away all the cream. So we need to be mindful of how we engage with private players as well, so that we are not left with all the burden. But we need, in as much as the state's role is to develop, is development, and private sector is profit-oriented, but we need to also to be careful that we are not left vulnerable. So we need to share lessons, you know, how others are doing it, how others have done it, and then that way, I think it will help us to move as one as a region. So I hope I've responded to your question, Honorable Member from DRC, that really we need to share lessons. Triple P frameworks are there. Some countries have got very good ones. Let's share these frameworks, but also let's build our capacity as countries and as a region to be able to negotiate these Triple P frameworks. Then there was also a question from Honorable Member from South Africa. Yes, regarding the figures that I stated there, the 280 billion from World Bank. This is looking at universal energy access. So it's purely on access to be able to ensure that the 400 million people that SADC has, all of them have access to electricity. So the cost of doing that is around 200 billion. And so this is not only electricity, but also in terms of clean cooking is also covered by the World Bank cost. Whilst the costs that were indicated from our studies, SACRI, are looking at deploying renewable energy into the national grid. You remember the pie chart that I shared with you, which shows 59% coal and 24% hydro, 10% solar. So if we say 24% solar hydropower, 10% renewables, that's 30%. But according to the Southern African Power Pool Plan, it says there's a target for 52% renewable electricity contribution by 2040. So what we did is we unpacked that plan and say, so if SAP wants to achieve a 52% renewable energy, at the moment they are at 34%. So if they have to bridge that gap of almost the same amount, or let's say 20% more new renewables, how much is required to deploy wind, hydro, even hydro as well, solar and others? So it will require 52 billion. So that's where the difference is. Yeah. So the other one is for renewable energy technologies, and what is the World Bank is for energy access. Honorable Member from Mozambique, the question was on overcoming challenges, lowering tariffs. Yes. Tariffs still remain high in others. Others, they are low. Others, they are heavily subsidized. But I think the first step will be to conduct cost of supply study. If you conduct that cost of supply study, it helps to unpack your tariff, the tariff structure. So you would say, how did you arrive at 10 cents per unit, 10 cents per kilowatt hour? You see, there are a lot of factors, input costs such as the fuel, such as the support staff, maintenance, and others. But also, you've got also an additional costs such as those of distributing, transmission and distribution, as well as revenue collection. So if you can do a cost of supply study, it helps unpack that tariff. That way, it will also help you to then identify which are the high cost centers, which ones are low cost centers, which are cost centers that need to be subsidized. Because at the end of the day, sometimes some of the subsidies are going to centers that do not need subsidies at all. So we believe if we can do cost of supply studies, all of us, and implement the recommendations from the cost of supply studies, it will help also to understand and understand the tariff structure and eliminate inefficiencies that normally are associated, especially distribution. At times, it's a matter of collection, revenue collection. Some of the utilities are not able to collect the revenue from the energy supplied. So, but if once we start isolating and identifying these cost centers, we'll then be able to take mitigating measures. Hopefully at the end, then we can lower the tariff. So the other thing we need to do is harmonize our policies and regulations. For example, just give you an example, the protocol on energy, like I indicated, we have 16 countries in SADC. Only 8 of them have signed. So that already shows that it is still a tall order for us to ensure that we harmonize our policies and regulations. We have standards that we've adopted as a region, but not all of them have been taken up and adopted at national level. So we urge yourselves as members of parliament, please take to task your ministries responsible for energy and ask and take to task your executive and ask where they are with regards to harmonization of policies. Also give you an example, honorable members of parliament, SACRI ourselves was still to be legalized as a SADC institution. At the moment, we are operating in Namibia as a project. The countries still need to ratify the SACRI instrument. We have 12 member states that have signed the SACRI Intergovernmental Memorandum of Agreement. Only 7 have ratified. And we are asking, please, as countries, can we agree on something? Let's follow it to ensure that it's implemented. Let's ratify the instruments, the commitments that we have made as a region. We can start from ourselves as a region before we go even international. I know we're quick to ratify international treaties and the protocols, yet we neglect our own as a region. I think this is a call to you members of parliament to ensure that we prioritize ourselves as a region. And then lastly, I think I responded already to SG. Yes, we would love to come on board and support the establishment of model laws. Already SADC is working on the Just Energy Transition Framework. It's a draft that is in place. I think to be taken out as well to be shared with all of you for inputs so that we come up as a region and say, how are we moving on to just energy transition at our own pace? I'm also responding to the question from Honorable Member of Parliament from South Africa. It's a just energy transition. For who and by who? Those are questions that are often asked. So we as SADC, we need to define our own path and say, we are transitioning. We are moving away, yes, and we are moving together with the whole world. But we need to move at a pace that we can afford, right? Not to be pushed to a pace that we cannot afford. We have our own characteristics, so we need to take on board all those characteristics. With that, I submit, honorable members of parliament. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Kud, for the information that you have given us as members of parliament. We really appreciate your time, energy, and everything that you have done for us. I wish to now give to the SG to also convey her sincere thanks for what you have awarded us.
Thank you, Chair. I believe on behalf of the committee and the SADC Parliamentary Forum, allow us to register our profound appreciation for really accommodating us in the committee in this regard. What is very profound about how you have clothed the protocol on energy is the fact that you have shown us the red line. There's a red line between remaining on the barbaric side of energy poverty, or transitioning to a humanitarian side where shared humanity can be what the lived experiences of our people can be as they speak about the role of parliament and our governments. And it is for this reason that I really want to thank you for also giving this committee of clothing the protocol on very tangible, very practical, pragmatic ideas of how they can intervene and ensure that, one, we advocate for SACRI. The protocol speaks about human resources, which must be optimized within the region. And we need not be theoretical about it, but to really raise the issue of moving for ratification. If only we knew how many countries have signed which ones, so that we're much more explicit in our recommendation to the plenary assembly. We also appreciate your suggestion or recommendation on the model law on energy efficiency. I think it will go a long way for this committee, particularly as they try to understand what is required and therefore begin to sustain the debates in the next 2 years, where this protocol on energy will also be advocated for, so that the countries that have not signed, the other 8 who have not signed, are encouraged to do so. With this, I just want to thank you and on behalf of the committee, and we will not be peddling any skepticism anymore because you have given us the facts in this regard, and interpretation of the protocol does not remain a mystery. It is something that is tangible, and the feasibility studies that you have done, among others, will continue to guide this committee. So thank you very much, Chair. On behalf of the SADC PF, we would like to register our appreciation and thank you.
Thank you very much, SG. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honorable members of parliament. I remain at your disposal for any further clarification. Thank you.
Honorable members, thank you so very much for your contributions. I think now it's time to close the session. I'm sure with the guidance of the SG, we have one session after lunch. We don't have. Okay. Can you clarify that?
Okay, thank you, Chair. You recall, honorable members, that we amended the agenda of the committee in order for us to just have a focus on this energy protocol. And I believe that we've done very well in terms of the issues that were hanging, and it just now remains for our colleagues who were supporting us in this area to put together these recommendations, pull them, very complex indeed, but they know because they're from the sector, to ensure that ultimately, as we agreed at the beginning, it is not something that is really theoretical, but very pragmatic, where we can relate to very concrete ways of intervening in this manner. Also, I think at this point, Chair, the committee need not return after lunch
Okay.
because I think we have done justice
Yes.
to this protocol. Thank you. Okay, there's a Mentimeter, honorable members. We have at least 15 minutes before lunch. May we kindly have your phones out so that we can do a Menti and evaluation for this committee, so that we can take forward your recommendations in this regard. You are very much aware that what was said at the first day is that we're implementing a project which is also ensuring that as part of our work processes, we look at the efficiency of our secretariat, including feedback from our members. So all our members, if you may indulge us, Mr. Vinva is here to assist us with the evaluation, and he will flag right now. Is it the code, the QR code for us to respond? How many questions? Okay. There are not that many, so I'll give them an opportunity to take us through the session, Chair. Thank you.
Yes, is it morning or afternoon? I think it's afternoon. It's been a long day already. Good afternoon, honorable members, and good afternoon, SG and honorable chair. My name is Ishmael Chiposi, for those who don't know me. As SG has mentioned, this is to ensure that we are continuously improving our offerings on the different regional integration topics and other regional integration discussions throughout the implementation of this program. So this is a post-evaluation assessment of the offerings that we've received as members of parliament on the different topics discussed. You will see some of the questions may seem like you are answering them like you did the first time, but they are less in number and they are more focused in scope. So we hope that you will indulge us in this exercise. We would like to do things differently today, and we would like to adopt the international best practice of not leaving anyone behind. So we would like to move at the same pace if you would allow us. We would be showing the slide and asking that you respond. And if there are any difficulties, please feel free to raise your hands and we'll come to your aid accordingly. So right now we're still doing the connections. If there's anyone who's having difficulties, kindly raise your hand and we will assist accordingly. Okay, are we all in? All right, then we can commence. So as you can see, the first slide there is just telling you about the purpose of the survey, what it is about. And if you can kindly press next at the bottom of your table, you should then be seeing this screen that is looking at your section 1 participant background. And then if you press next, you'll be then taken to this page where you have to fill in the countries that you represent. So which countries are you coming from? You will just have to select one there and you press submit. Okay. If we've all done that, we then move on to the next section. This question is asking you to, are we all here as we move? Okay. It's here. Next. Then select your country, and then you submit. Okay. Okay, come. Sorry. Yeah, we're just going to wait for our colleagues in the RC to be with us, but I hope everybody has been able to get to this point. The question about your role in Parliament. Okay, if we are fine, if we've all answered this question, what is our role in Parliament? Then we can move on to the next section, which is asking you to select your gender. So either you are male or female, you just have to select one of the options there and submit accordingly. So you select one, submit, and then we move to the next section. Yes, go to political party affiliation. Skip this one and that one. Stop there. Yeah. No, the other one. Yes, here. Sure. Okay, if we are all on the same page, and please stop us if we're moving too fast. The next section is asking you to select your role in parliament. So where do you belong? Do you belong to the independent section or the ruling section or the opposition section of parliament? Please tick appropriately and submit. If you have answered that question, which we hope everybody has, the next question is on your years of experience in parliament. So how many years have you been a member of parliament? There are options there, 1 to 5. Yeah. If you've been a member of parliament for between that period of 1 to 5 years, you can select. If you've been in parliament for 6 to 10 years or 10 years and over, you may select accordingly and submit. And then if that has been answered, the next section is checking how many years you've been working on SADC regional integration issues. And I must stress here that this is not only looking at your years in parliament working on SADC issues, but it could have been in your other engagements besides being a member of parliament. You may have been engaged on SADC regional integration issues. So in general, how many years have you been working on SADC regional integration issues? Again, the options are there between 1 to 5 years, 6 to 10 years, or 10 years and over. So you will select your responses accordingly. If you've answered that question, then the next section is looking at your previous training on SADC regional integration. So this is, again, if you recall, in the first, when we started with the first Menti, we wanted to check whether you have had any trainings on regional integration. So post the week that we've had, how would you answer this question, whether you have received any regional integration training before, the different topics that the SADC colleagues presented on, and all the other issues that have been discussed throughout the week? So the question is yes or no. Have you received any regional integration question? It's on the next slide. Yeah, here. So you just have to answer yes or no if you have received any regional integration training before. Okay? And you submit your answer accordingly. Then we move to the next section. The next section is asking you, how long have you been a member of the SADC PF? So again, just gauging, first was a question of how long you've been a member of parliament in your country. This one is now looking into how long have you been a member of the SADC PF. So there are the options there. You will have to select accordingly and submit. Once answered, we now get into the section on understanding your knowledge levels on regional integration. Okay, so you simply press next. So this is a ranking exercise where we are trying to get you to rank your understanding of the regional integration agenda in general. There is a rank of 0 to 10. You shouldn't write strongly disagree or agree. This is simply a ranking exercise So there are different themes that we'll be speaking to where you have to do your ranking. So for example, in this case, the first one, which is looking at SADC regional integration agenda, we are asking how much of it do you understand now, post the training or the sessions that you've received. We would like to see here whether your understanding of the regional integration agenda in general has improved or not. So you simply have to give us a ranking between 0 to 10. Wherever you place your cursor, it will give you a score. And if you're happy with it, you submit. If you're happy with that, then we move on to the next question, which is now asking you to state whether you're familiar with the key SADC protocols and strategies. For example, the Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan. It's a yes or no question. Again, just to check, post the sessions we've had, have you gained any understanding or not of the regional integration agenda? If you're happy with that, we move on to the next section. Now it's asking you, by way of indicating your understanding, which SADC protocols or strategies are you familiar with now that you have been through the trainings and the meetings? Which of these are you familiar with? So there are examples there. We have the RSDP or the cycle. The strategic indicative plan of the organ is what the cycle stands for. We do have the protocol on gender and development. We have had a number of discussions around that. There's the protocol on trade, protocol on extradition. There's also the protocol on the facilitation of free movement of people. So these are the different strategies and protocols among which were discussed throughout the week. So you may have multiple selection options there and you may submit. If you're happy with that, we then move on to the next question, which is trying to assess what do you deem as successes of regional integration? We didn't want to allow you to answer. We just provided you with some options to make life a bit easier, the lessons we drew from the first session. So some of the notable successes we've listed, which you can also have multiple selection options, are, for example, the transport corridors, the talk about the power pools that are available, the regional power pool. There is the free visa entry requirements, which is available across the SADC member states, maybe with a few other exceptions. There's the peacekeeping missions that have happened in the DRC as well as in Mozambique as recent examples. But also there's the model law on democracy, on democratic elections, or the guidelines on democratic elections, as some of the notable examples of successes of regional integration so far. So you may have the option of providing multiple selections. If you're happy with that, we then move on to the challenges. Again, throughout the discussion, what do you think has stood out as some of the challenges? So you can also select a number of options there. There's the lack of political will. There's the issue of limited resources, both human as well as financial. There's the question around variable geometry, where you have member states being at different levels of development. Is it a factor which could hinder regional integration? You will have to give us the answer there. There's a question around political instability, which is affecting our region as well. And there are socioeconomic challenges as issues that possibly or potentially would hamper regional integration. So you can have different options. You can provide multiple options in that regard. Then if you're happy, we move on to the next section. This is to look at the role of national parliaments in the different categories of implementing the regional agenda. So if you press next, we are now wanting to assess your appreciation of the role of parliament in the different stages of implementing the regional agenda or the different implementation stages of the protocols and strategies. So the first one is under ratification. There are three options. The question is to rank the level of significance of parliaments in the stage 1 under ratification. Do you see parliaments playing a more significant role, moderate significant role, or less significant role in ratification of regional strategies? That is the expectation there. So you'll have to rank, you'll have to pick your level of significance and rank it. We're still on ratification. Do we understand what we're doing there? Okay. Ronald, I'll wait for you to signal. Okay. Are we fine? Then we move to domestication, the next stage. The same thing, rate the level of significance of parliament in the domestication process. After domestication, we move on to implementation. So again, what role do parliaments play in the implementation stage of the different protocols? Again, you rank accordingly. Okay, if we have answered that section, the next section is now looking at your level of understanding of SADC PF's mandate. So how much do you now appreciate what SADC PF is doing in advancing the regional integration agenda? So the first question there is a ranking question once more. How much of the SADC PF mandate do you appreciate or understand? And then it's a score of 0 to 10. So you'll have to rank it accordingly. How much of the SADC PF mandate do you appreciate now, having been through the different sessions? If you are happy, then the next question is on the familiarity with the SADC PF's model law processes. So in the sessions, the different sessions you have attended, the joint as well as the separate sessions now, how familiar are you with the SADC PF's model law making processes? So you can also rank there and submit. Okay. Then the next section is looking at what value do you derive from SADC PF mandate or SADC PF's work in your national parliaments. So this is now to say, given the different sessions you attend, the different trainings or information seminars that you attend organized by the SADC PF, how much of value do you derive for use in your national parliament? Again, you can rank here between 0 to 10. We're drawing towards the end. Here, we're trying to assess the relevance as well as the quality of engagement that we've provided to your work. So we will be asking you to rate or rank how important the work that we've been discussing is to your functions as members of parliament. So here, we would like you to rate how important is the information you've received to your role as a member of parliament? The other question was asking to the information as it's used to your parliament. Now this is asking you in your role as a member of parliament. we're drawing towards the end. This section is now wanting to assess the quality of the material, the training, and the information that has been provided. So overall, what is your feel about the quality of the material you've received? Remember the seminars from SADC or the sessions, the presentations provided by SADC, the sessions provided by the other supporting partners. You had the likes of the UNFPA, Oxfam, Equality Now, and many other partners which made different presentations. What was the quality you derived from your assessment? You can rank accordingly. If you're happy with that, the next section is looking at effectiveness of the mode of delivery. So the method used to deliver the material, was it through the presentations, if there were any group discussions, how effective were they as a method of delivering the information? And you can rank with between 0 to 10, and that would give us an indication. Then the follow-on section is asking you to rate the use of the case studies or examples in the delivery. How useful were they in making the topics understandable? So did you find the examples useful or not? And then you can rate accordingly. Here, on the next section, we're asking you to rate whether there was ample opportunity for you to discuss. So was there enough time for discussions, or you feel there is need to improve in the time allocation for the different sections? Again, you can provide a rating here between 0 to 4. Between 0 to 10, sorry. Now, the question that is almost towards the end, what is your overall satisfaction with the training material you've received? So from a 0 to 10 scale, how satisfied or dissatisfied are you with the material that you've received? And then you provide your ranking accordingly. Okay. In the last but one section, we are asking you then to suggest areas of improvement for the next sessions. So we have suggestions there or possible issues that you may raise to say, we would like to see more topics on regional integration. Is it an issue of having more SADC departments or units to present more issues for you to understand and to contribute in? Is there a need for more time for discussions? It could be an issue. Or do we require more resource persons to present? So the partners that we had invited, do we need more of them on issues around climate change, on issues around youth empowerment, if those are the issues that you may consider? Do you want to see more case studies or more examples on how you can respond, on how you can interact with the regional integration discussion? So you can provide multiple options here. You can take multiple options and submit accordingly. If you're happy with that, then we're done. I hand over back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, I think well then thank you very much, Ronald. I thought we'd see the results somehow as a mentee, but it's okay. Thank you so much. Maybe before the chair closes, let me just share with members that we hope to meet you in Durban, South Africa. Those are the days of the plenary assembly, which is going to be hosted by the Parliament of South Africa. So you'll see that the plenary assembly days are 30th November to the 5th of December in KwaZulu-Natal. And the theme, the impact of climate change in the SADC region and the role of parliaments in climate change mitigation and adaptation. So it would be good for this committee to make the necessary linkages with the theme, drawing from what has already been discussed today kindly research in your own country so that you give experiences of your own country, something that is quite important. And I think the angle that which makes a lot of impact is where you probably also look into whether your parliament has been able to look into any of these matters, either by another committee that you don't sit in or through the administration of parliament, because we look at the institution of parliament broadly. And where possible, reach out if you need assistance from the SADC Parliamentary Forum so that we are able to assist you. The letters have already been transmitted to your parliaments and the general circular. This is the only announcement, Chair, before I hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam SG, for that announcement. Honorable members, we have reached the end of our two-day statutory meeting. Allow me to express my appreciation to the SACTAC Secretariat and all resource persons for their insight contribution, and to our members for their active participation and commitment to advancing parliamentary advocacy for the SADC protocol. This marks the end of our meeting. This session stands adjourned. I thank you all.
Travel safely, honorable members. I'm sure you know who to ask. The hotel has a shuttle that will take you to the airport, your tickets. Please don't miss your flights because we're unable to give you new flights. So get to the airport early. We are broke and we don't want you to miss your flight and be stranded in South Africa. Thank you very much.